Hello, hello, hello. Free talk day today. Peaches, hello. Chillgam, Milky, HMS, hello. Not Pork Jowl, One Drunk Man, Poner. Oh, Poner, thanks for the 28 months, buddy. How's it going? Snick Rep, Quappa. Hello, Who Breezy. Sticker time. Don't forget to fill out the form if you want a sticker. Otherwise, you won't get one, so don't forget to fill it out. No talk, no life. Yeah, it's the cakes. Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? It's been a little while, hasn't it? I haven't been streaming since, I guess, last weekend, right? Alright. Just realized this is the 1800. Yeah, so today's gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be a long stream. Do I enjoy smoothies? Yeah, I do. Are you gonna send me one? Are you gonna order one for me? And they'll just deliver it to my door and all you'll tell me is like, oh, they're here already. Is that what you're gonna do? Alright, long time with you. Can I collect sticker with tacos? If you remind me, yes. If you don't remind me, I might not bring it out, so that's bad. But yeah, you'll have to let me know then. Conin, buenas tardes. Holisio Zenwong, hello, hello. Draxion. Welcome, welcome. Zaid, hey yo. Alright, so we have a few things to do. Oh, we have a lot of things to do today, actually. But among them is going to include, let's see, we have to unbox some things. So let's start with that. And then we'll get to the build itself, which entails a bunch of different things. So let's get started with the unboxing of some stuff. So some stuff just arrived earlier. So I'm sure you'll recognize some things here. For example, I got this box over here from Project, which you can guess what it is. And then I got some boxes from KLC here. So I got 3 boxes from KLC, which obviously looks like what it looks. So you'll probably know what it is. Let me get my knife here. Alright, let's just open this one up first. Them boys sitting sideways, yeah, a little. Emerald, hello, hello. Alright, actually let's open this from the other side because I feel like there's the packing slip at the top. Are those yours? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Emerald, I'm doing alright. How are you? Okay. Show us the goods. The goods are here. So this is, first we have GMK Noir. I mean, how would you not know, right? Very nice, GMK Noir. Very excited about this set. It looks really slick. At first glance, you might think it's like white, but it's not actually. It's like a very nice cream color. Actually, in real life, it looks so good. It's definitely very light cream, but it is noticeable that it is not a white. And it's on a black base, and I really like the novelties overall. They just look really cool. So pretty excited about this set. And then, well, we can just take a look at the base kit if we want. Here, just gonna open it up. Oh, Mr. Funzy! Hello! Thank you so much for the 7 months. How are you today? Alright, let's take a look at GMK Noir here. Woo! Oh, came out nice and clean except for all the little dust that comes in the trays. Potato trays. But otherwise looks really good. GMK Noir, aka light cream on black. With text only modifiers, but pretty clean looking. Looks very nice. It's a very nice set. Accents, we have some space bars here, split spacebar stuff, ISO support. Yeah, it's all there. Numpad, of course, extra B, and all your you know, 75, 65%, all that stuff, all that good stuff. UK ISO it looks like. But yeah, very nice. And here are the novelties, which are looking very nice, super clean. Yeah, you can see them up close here. Very nice. These novelties are super sick. I would say definitely very excited to try this set out at some point. Probably not today though, but yeah, we will get a chance to try this set sometime soon. All right, let's get to the next one. All right, so as you would expect, these are some desk mats. So first we have this desk mat, which it's not open. Oh, here it is. And this one is the Oblivion mat, and KLC was very nice to send out a little gift. So this Oblivion mat is actually a gift. But I did order these other two. Maybe this is like a B stock, but we'll see. Let's see. Oh! What's that? Okay. ID card? Or something? BNDZ, Banzy, hello. I like my Noir, just wish it came out a little bit more tan than cream. I would say I kind of agree with that, in the sense that it is a very, very light cream color. Ooh! Oh, stickers! Okay. I'm gonna move this away, so we actually have the space to put this on. But look, we got some stickers. And I don't know what this is. Bandy's nuts. Banzy, okay. It's like Banksy, but Banzy. What's this? Oh! Guys! This is the popping thingies for like the phone, like for you to hold the phone and stuff. This is one of those, yeah. You can stick this with the 3M thing here, and it just like pops out like that. But it's like the art for the last pilot art. Very nice. I really like the art on this one. I mean the colors specifically, and then we got some stickers here. We got, this is called the Mortal. Mortal is the sculpt name. Very nice. Here's the last pilot, like the one on the other one. This is the OG Reaper V1, OG Reaper. This is the Uwu bot. Another last pilot art with the KLC. And then the Brobot V2 here in the Oblivion colorway. Pretty nice. So these were the desk mats that KLC ran along with Keycaps and Olivius. Olivius is the maker of this of the art of all the pixel art that went into a desk mat. But it was inspired by Keycaps art. Keycaps is an artisan maker in the keyboard community. Pretty cool. All right, very nice, very nice. Now let's take a look at the desk mat itself. NFTs? No, it's not NFTs. Ooh, okay, look at that. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the entirety of it. I need to move this a little bit this way. Oh. But yeah, that's kind of pretty much most of it. Looks cool. Look at that. All these details. The bow set, BV2 LP. Like kind of like generate, like making like robots. E. Like the pressing for the action. That's a nice detail. This is really cool. All these inspirations, the Uwu bot over here, Keycaps logo. This is really cool, really nice. The texture is a nice rough kind of texture. If you can see, like it's kind of like rougher than like. So this one is smooth and this one's rough. They're very different. One's like kind of glossy, and the other one is kind of like really matte. Very cool. Did Oblivion ever run with those WASD? No. This WASD is the Keycaps gamers. The Keycaps gamer, the Keycaps WASD artisans look like this. They have like this hexagonal kind of like honeycomb sort of shape. Are the panels to the left, right of the keyboards leaning away or towards the board? You mean these ones? They're like. I mean, this is two-dimensional, so this is supposed to be like an elevated platform, and this is kind of like this. So away. You can see the shadows. Olivia's made a really good job of putting the shadows. So the shadows, you can see it's basically leaning this way, the light's coming from this side, and on this side. Yep. Not pork jowl, thanks for the tier 1. Thank you. What's the switch on your keyboard? You mean on this one? This one has alpacas right now. Alright, so this is the Hyperfuse one. Just gonna show you, but I'm gonna take it out later in a bit. But this is the Hyperfuse one. It also came with the stickers and the other stuff, I think. Oh, over here. This is the Hyperfuse. Pennywise, do you speak Spanish? I do. I do speak Spanish. Si hablo español. But yeah. But I try to do stream in English because it's easier to maintain things in one language only. It gets confusing. Anyway, so this is the Hyperfuse one. So inspired by the Hyperfuse colorway. Very nice. ¿Eres mexicano? Sí. Bueno, o sea, nací en México, sí. Entonces por eso soy mexicano, pero mis papás son coreanos. The Hyperfuse set is raw. It includes the F8. Jokes on you. This is actually Hyperfuse Origins. The original Hyperfuse doesn't have like this grayish tone, unfortunately. It's more like white. Same with the minty color. But yeah, that's true. Hyperfuse R1 did not ship with F8 for a lot of the sets. So that is true. That much is true. It was too expensive. Can only justify for 2. Yeah, I could only justify 2 as well. It was pretty expensive, that's for sure. But the ones I actually got were the Skeletor one and the Hyperfuse one. The Oblivion one was a gift. So I actually will see if it was like a B-stock or something. But I assume it's just for me to show you guys too what it looks like. There might be extras later or something like that, so. Alright, so this is the Skeletor one. The Skeletor one looks much brighter. Yeah, so this is the Skeletor one. Although the set here doesn't look like Skeletor, but it is inspired by this kind of theme, which looks pretty nice still nonetheless. Yeah, this looks really cool. Skeletor, Hyperfuse, Oblivion. Looks very good. Oh, Brandon, hello. Soy chileno yo, pa. Bienvenido, Pennywise. I'll gladly take the Oblivion on. Alright. I'm gonna put these aside for now. Too many decimal otherwise. Alright. Let's get started, shall we? Are these still available? So from what I know about the desk mats, let me see. They just shipped them out, so I don't think they have put on any extras out yet, but I think once they finish fulfillment with these, they'll probably have extras. Because they shipped just last week. Yeah, they shipped just last week, so I'm assuming they're gonna wait until they all arrive and stuff. And then they're probably gonna have extras later on. Are they available worldwide? Yeah, they had pretty decent shipping rates. I mean, they were not like the best because it's from Korea and shipping from Korea is pretty expensive. But they were available worldwide. Like, I mean, like Peach has got some, you know, she's in New Zealand. I'm here in the US, right? So, yeah. Alright. Yeah, they were shipping using DHL Express too, so. Alright, here it is, FC980C. We're gonna start with this build. And over here we have some other parts. The Deskeys parts here. But we're gonna worry about these later on. So just gonna put these aside. If you want to pay crazy imports for a desk mat, that is true. Imports are certainly it can be a prohibitive thing to have to pay imports. That's just, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's just part of the law, I guess. Alright, so let's start with unboxing this 980C here. So I did make sure to check the 980C before I started. Because I wanted to make sure that everything was working, and we actually had a Hasu controller, so just wanted to make sure that we had that functioning properly. So the original controller is over here. This is the original controller, the original Leopold controller, and then came out of the bag. I just have to tape it up here. We'll tape it up later, maybe. Here, maybe remind myself to tape it up. And take this out of the box. Okay, we can test this out, I guess. So I'm just gonna use the original cable here. Okay, so let's just test it. Plug it in here. Okay, so let's see. This currently has a Hasu controller installed. So there it is. There it is on VIA. So the Hasu controller is installed, and we're just gonna quickly test it. Okay, cool. Everything seems to be working. If you had to pick between using Topre or MX to use for the rest of my life, which would you choose? It depends on the quality of the MX board. If the MX board is tuned exactly how I want, maybe I will choose the MX one, but if not, then I'll probably use Topre, because Topre is pretty reliable too. Both are pretty good, but I think Topre is really comfortable, so it's more likely that I'll choose Topre because it's just easy to use. And like HKB is like the layout I like, so I could just use that, to be honest. Okay, so everything works here, which is good. It's programmable, which is nice. So let's just leave it as is for now. Okay. I can just unplug it. Alright, so... Okay. So where do we start? Let's see. I guess I can just show you what the Heavy 9 case that we're going to use today looks like. And then I'll start modding the FC980C first. I'll mod the board first. We'll do all the modding and all that, assemble it all together, and then we're gonna put it into the case. But for now, I'm just gonna show you the case. So yes, we're going to be lubing the board today. We're also gonna be we're gonna be doing everything. We're gonna be lubing. We're gonna change the sliders. We're changing domes. So it's gonna be a long one. I might be here until like midnight probably, or even longer. We'll see. All right. So. Is this a personal build? It is not. It's for a client. So we have the aperture case today. Looks like this is for the daughter board and stuff. Screws to assemble everything. Bump-ons, feet. And then we have our authenticity card, which is like a little credential folio here. It's kind of like a passport style. Very nice. I haven't had someone else's Topre, but is it normal that the springs sound kinda crunchy after modding? Also, some keys stop working when I screw the PCB tight. They work when the screws are pretty loose. Yeah, so the idea is, so you don't want to have everything too tight or too loose. The reason being that if it's too tight and you accidentally misalign the domes, so if the domes are slightly misaligned, the spring crunch can happen. Another thing is that if the domes are slightly misaligned, if you screw it on really tightly, it's likely that the domes will compress enough just to compress the bit of the spring that's like at its edge, and that could be basically like, you know, like leave the switch compressed or something like that, and the circuitry won't work properly because it's depending on capacitance, which is basically when that circuit comes together and comes off, it's the capacitance that's measured from there. So yeah, whenever you mod, you have to be careful that the alignment happens properly, and that's probably the hardest part of the whole modding process, is putting it back all together. Anyway, so this is the case. This is the aperture powder coat finish. Oh, even barely tight doesn't work. They have to be almost falling off. Guess I'll just open it all up again. Yeah, it could be that something's misaligned or something, I wonder. That shouldn't be the case. Finger tight should be more than enough. I think if it's barely tight and it's working, that's a little suspect that something's wrong in there. Anyway, so this finish is really interesting. It's probably one of my favorite powder coat finishes that I've seen. For like cases, it looks like this really cool gray, like colored finish. It's kind of like glossy too because it's been coated. But this is all powder coat, and it's called the aperture finish, and it's really nice. Yeah. And the inside includes this kind of felt thing to fill in the case if you need it. But yeah, this is a very, very nice, this is a very cool case. I really like it. Yo, Mr. Dennis. What's up, buddy? How's it going? Thank you so much for the 23 months, dude. What's cooking? 9 months, crazy. Hello, I am only who I am. How are you? How's it going? Alright, we'll put the case aside for now. And we'll get started. Alright, so the first thing to disassemble this, lift your little thingies here. We grab a Phillips screwdriver, a plus sign screwdriver, and there are 3 screws here that comprise here 3 screws on the case. Take them off. Alright, so the harder part here now is you have to take this part of the case off fully. So I recommend having like a credit card or something like that. I have spudgers here, so I might just use one of those. Whoopsie. So I have one of these spudgers, or maybe I can use one of these picks, doesn't matter. Or one of these, doesn't matter. I'll just take them all out. Alright. Going well, finished with the semester. Oh, nice, congrats, dude. Are you graduating soon? Or is that sometime later? I don't know how far you're done, so I'm not sure. Alright, so maybe with this one, open it up. Okay, so you open up this first part of the case, and then you need to also undo the bottom part. So same thing, just use the plastic spudger here to undo this bottom part. Okay, so here I might just use my fingers. Okay. Alright, there it is. So you undo that. Not yet, I changed from business to comp sci, so going to be a couple more years. Oh, I see, okay. That's cool. That's cool, that's cool. Alright, so there it is, undone. And now the top part just comes off, but you have to be careful. There's a ribbon cable tying up the bottom of the case and the PCB like that. So you want to take off our ribbon cable here. So be careful and take off your ribbon cable here. So take off your ribbon cable here for the controller. The controller, well, we can just put it aside for now. So this is going to be our Hasu controller here. But the original controller fits the same way, so it's the same cable. So yeah. Okay. So just put this aside. Good. Moving again. I'm only who I am. Oh wow, moving again. Darn. I hope the move goes well. If you're hiring movers, great. But if not, good luck. I personally, ever since I hurt my back one time moving, I never want to do it all over again. And so at this point, if I were to move, I would hire movers. But yeah. Alright, so you know, you take that off, okay? And I think at this point, I actually want to remove all the keycaps, because we're gonna have to take off the sliders too. So I'm gonna take off all the keycaps. So for Topre, the keycaps kind of fit in a nice like snap fit. So you probably do want to use a keycap puller. It's easier in general to use one. So you just have to pull hard vertically and they just pop right off. Okay, maybe I need something to hold this. Diego, where do you put the chances of you bumping the board just right to make the springs go flying everywhere on stream? I hope that doesn't happen, Abstraction Layer, because that would fucking suck. Okay? I actually want to make this stream as short and sweet as possible in the sense that it already is a lot to do in one shot. But yeah, I would preferably not have that happen, abstraction layer. That would really suck, donkey. Yeah. I did, but I still have to help out, so bless my back. Oh well, best of luck. I'm only who I am. Don't hurt yourself doing this. I really hate moving. Like, moving is probably definitely one of the worst things that you can do in general. I really hate it. So best of luck. Oh, Mr. Drua, hello. How you doing? Fortis, hello, I'm from Argentina. Hola, bienvenido Fortis, ¿cómo estás? Welcome, welcome, my friend. I have recently gotten my first resin. Is this the beginning of a new rabbit hole? Most likely, yes. Run while you can, I suppose. Habla español, sí. Alright, let's put these aside for now. Yo también, F10. Wait, you tried out any of the new MX tabs? You mean new MX tabs like the TX tabs or Stabies? Yes, I have tried those, but I don't know if you're referring to any new ones other than those. TX or Stabies? Yeah, I've tried those. Yeah, I have. They're both very good. They're both pretty nice. Is this a cut rubber day? Yeah, it is. ¿Es un teclado tuyo? No. No, de hecho es de un cliente. Entonces, estamos aquí, modificando este teclado para un cliente mío. Heard C3 V3s are also greatly improved. Haven't messed with them or Stabies yet, though. I have not tried the new C3s. ¿Cuánto sale un teclado custom promedio? Yo diría que depende del teclado, pero la verdad es que yo creo que cuesta como entre... ¿Qué serán? Con el kit nada más, yo diría que son entre 150 y 250 dólares estadounidenses. Y de ahí ya serían que si compras tus switches, tus keycaps, lo que sea, ¿no? Y también depende del tamaño del teclado y demás. Alright. Alright. So let's undo this now. So time to undo the bajillion screws. Ouch, sí, sí puede ser bastante caro. O sea, hay teclados más baratos. Pero ya, si fuera custom, yo creo que ya, entre más decides, cambiar tus opciones, ya te va a costar más. What are the artisan boxes you've got up top? This one is a NRD Nest, and this one is a Alchemy box. The respective brands are the first words, so NRD is the brand for this one, and then Alchemy is the brand for the second one. They're both US based actually. They sell small amounts of stock every so often. One of them makes them here in the States. The other one, I believe they have them made and then, you know, have them Cerakoted or, you know, anodized, etc, etc. ¿De dónde sos? Porque tienes un muy buen español, muy buen inglés y tienes pinta de chino. Mis papás son coreanos, pero yo nací en México, crecí allá, viví ahí casi toda mi vida y después me vine aquí a los Estados Unidos para estudiar y para trabajar. Es por eso que hablo español, inglés y un poquito de coreano, pero no tanto. Oh shit, son came cause I saw your heavy grail VOD. Oppa Hyung! Hello, Oppa Hyung. Oppa! Hello. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. O sea, mi puto padre. Okay. I'm going to resin print myself an artisan case, I think. Oh, nice. Pretty cool. 3D printing. I wonder how many people here are from the API streams? No idea. No idea. ¿Cómo duele la TAM? Sí. Ser de la TAM y estar en como un hobby así, está difícil. O sea, tener que traer cosas del extranjero y aparte de más pagar impuesto, está de la fregada. I'm here from the API streams, Mr. Kupo. I knew I could rely on you. Sí, los aranceles duelen bastante, sí. O sea. Y depende del país, me imagino. Pero... What is API? So API fue este mes, el mes de mayo. Aquí en Estados Unidos es el Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Es prácticamente el mes que se celebran la historia y la cultura asiática aquí en los Estados Unidos, y es un mes para celebrar como todos los aspectos de la cultura asiática aquí en Estados Unidos. Entonces este mes de hecho a mí me dieron como un feature en el front page del Twitch. Y la semana pasada, de hecho, tuvimos un buen de viewers por lo del evento. Speak American, please. Alright, I'm gonna make this in a bit. Alright, so now that all the screws are out, just confirm that all of them are out. Flip it over. And then we're just gonna carefully, hopefully as carefully as possible, dislodge the domes from the rest of the case. This part makes me the most nervous. Because this part is the part where you can screw up. Especially the first time you're disassembling a Topre board, is the scariest part. Looks like I dislodged one of them, two of them here. It's fine because we're gonna replace domes, but it's better not to mess too much with them for now. We can worry about the rest later. Okay. I'm gonna move this over first. Just gonna move this to a separate place so that I don't mess with it for now. Que tienes que hacerle este teclado, primero vamos a cambiar partes de adentro, porque se supone que es un switch que se llama Topre, y prácticamente usa distinto tipo de método para montar las teclas. Entonces vamos a cambiarlo para que sean compatibles con los de MX, y después vamos a lubricar cada parte de aquí para que sea más como más smooth, más liso la actuación de los switches. Y después vamos a mover todo el ensamblaje al otro case que tengo ahí. ¿Es de membrana? Sí, o sea, depende de membrana, sí. American and Spanish spoken Latino America. Sorry. Is this a keyboard or what? Yes, it is. This is the keyboard plates and the sliders. Might be a little complicated, but you'll understand as I do things, I think. Alright, so first thing we're gonna do here is we're gonna take off all the sliders here. These are all the Topre sliders. We're not gonna use them, so we're gonna take them all out. Maybe I'll use sometimes I just use like something pointed because it's easier. ¿Por qué sale tanto una membrana? Porque usualmente no son más baratos. Más que nada sería porque este teclado, o sea, este tipo de teclado, Topre, specifically Topre, es más caro porque tiene tiene como un patente específico y usa un tipo de switch muy específico que depende de la membrana, pero está hecho un poco distinto. Entonces es más caro porque tienen como patentes de propietarios y te va a costar más. Amo el Spanglish que le metes, ya más que nada es porque ya llevo viviendo aquí en Estados Unidos como más de 10 años. Y o sea, sí hablo español con mis amigos y demás, pero ya, incluso con mis amigos también como que se me sale el Spanglish, ya sabes. Está cabrón. Ay, I'm like so hot right now. It's kind of warm in my room right now. It's like I'm doing all this work. The little plastic bits that come out kind of annoying. Yeah. ¿Vendes esto? No, yo no lo vendo. Yo nada más modifico. Hago ensamblajes de teclados. Y después nada más se lo mando de regreso al cliente que me lo mandan para modificar y demás. Pero no, yo no vendo los teclados en sí. ¿Y solo trabajas de eso? Sí, prácticamente. Something like that. Okay, so we've taken all the sliders out. And then the next step here probably is... Let me see, so we have domes. So let's see, we're going to be replacing all the sliders with these ones from Deskeys. So these are the Deskeys sliders, the stabilizers pack here. Then there is the domes here, the Deskeys domes, which we're gonna replace later. What are these? Oh, these are more domes. Okay. This is very cute. It's like the Intel Inside logo, but Deskeys inside. Pretty nice. And then, yeah, we're gonna replace all of those with these guys. Ooh, what's going on? Okay, so I think lubing these rails is probably gonna be the next step for now. So we're just gonna take this out here. So let's lube the housing first. Lube's housing, stabilizers, and then put all the sliders in, and then we're gonna do the dome swap, and then finally we're gonna put it all back together. So for lubing the housings, let's do some Tribosys 3204 maybe. So I have some Tribosys here. I have some micro applicators here, which are gonna help. If I don't have enough Tribosys here, I have more separately. No, there should be enough. Okay. Dust mat. This is the KLC Bro Caps dust mat. It was a recent sale through KLC's website. ¿Qué marca de teclado comercial recomiendas? De hecho, esta marca yo sí la recomiendo. Es Leopold. Leopold es muy buena marca. Filco también. Varmilo también son buenos. Pero me imagino que ya en otros países a lo mejor venden distintas marcas también. Pero así que ya sería cuestión de averiguar. Is that a metal plate? Yeah, this is a metal plate. Do you like these applicators versus brushes? I do like using these applicators for Topre because it's a little easier to apply a smaller amount, and it's easier to over lube Topre if you're using like a grease. So I prefer versus brushes because brushes do apply unevenly, in the sense that, so for the brush to apply evenly, you need to brush several times. Whereas it's not quite the case for the micro applicator, because the micro applicator just has like a very, very small surface area. But in the brush, the first stroke applies like the blob of the lube, and then you're spreading it out. And it requires like multiple applications for that, whereas like for the micro applicator is not so much the case, and you can apply like smaller amounts at a time. So I do prefer the micro applicator for this particular case because the rails are pretty small and that's all you use. So yeah, just for the rails I use these micro applicators. I like a lot of 3204 on my Topre. Oh, I see. I personally don't really like too much lube for Topre. I think just like a small amount is enough. It's all preference, but I prefer to be on the less like side for lube than more for most things, including MX switches. So. Will you change the sliders for MX sliders? Yeah, I am. Alright, let's start with the top row. I wonder how the tolerance for the sliders are. I remember being so bad no one used to get them. Is that really the case for Deskeys? Oh, I mean, yeah, so like the JTK ones are not too good. For example, the tolerance are a little bit loose. Nova Touches are pretty expensive in general now, right? Because it's like a dwindling supply. I would say that the Deskeys ones seem pretty promising. Like I've heard a lot of good things about them so far. And I think I did like some smaller swaps for like Next RF before, and they seemed pretty decent. I didn't do it for like a full board, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. This is the first time for me doing a full board with the Deskeys sliders. So yeah, we'll see. At the time it was JTK and KBD? Yeah, I see. But yeah, the Deskeys ones are pretty good, I heard, so far. Classic Patty, hello, hello. I heard Nova Touch were kind of mid-stock, so salvaging them to soup up seems about fair. Yeah. I guess that's fair. It's all preference. I mean, I know some people who really like their Nova Touches. I know some people who really didn't. So I used the Nova Touch for quite a while actually. Like just the modded Nova Touch. Gracias por explicar, Connie. Favorite board? I have a lot of boards that I do like, which is part of why I also collect a lot. I don't really... It's hard to say if I have one single favorite, but there's a lot that I use a lot, you know? Like I use HKV a lot. I use Thermal a lot, Juby. I have a 356 Mini which I use too. Jane V2. I have a Kiko #1, like the old one. I use quite a bit. Occasionally I bring out like the Koala or let's see, I mean for 65s like occasionally I use like see the 265. The other day I brought out the Kohaku, which has MX Browns, and it's really nice. 910 sometimes, but not too often, I'd say. Because I use 60% on TKLs in most probably though. Oh, the other day I brought the Vertex Angle for a bit, and it was really nice too. But yeah, it's hard to say if I have one favorite board. I just enjoy them differently. Yeah. Hard to say one favorite. I personally like the idea of options. So I tend to just change it up often. But I also can't bother to sell and buy again every single time. So I've accumulated a number of things over time. As long as I don't go beyond my means, it's okay. Oh, have a favorite Topre board. Oh. Yeah, Topre board, HKB for sure. If it's Topre, I would say HKB. Yeah, HKB only for Topre. Also, Drew, can we change the Topre word like to not be the emote by default? Because it's kind of annoying. Like, change it to something else that's like an actual emote keyword instead. Thakpre. Oops, my ass, dude. You did that on purpose. Alright, we're done with 2.5 rows out of 6. Topre lubing is not that slow, but it's also not like trivial either. It's just a lot of keys here. Definitely think MX takes longer to lube though, because you're lubing more than just 2 rails. But yeah. I've been loving my new build lately. Nice. What are you using, Thrash and Tony? What new build are you using? Is this Topre? Yeah. It is indeed Topre. Topre HHKB Topre Real Force Rubber Thug Dome Topre Cup Feeling Topre Thug. Yep, all that is true. Keeps and code. I heard tea is here. We are spilling the tea today. Hey, I'm new in this channel. What are you doing now? Oh, soy teaspoon or TSP. Welcome. So I am Lightning, or I go by Diego. I build custom mechanical keyboards for people and myself, and there's a hobby that focuses on customizing mechanical keyboards, like, you know, building custom mechanical keyboard kits or modifying the ones that you own. So what I'm doing right now is I am lubing this keyboard plate here at the rails where these sliders go in, and this basically will smoothen the action of those keys. And this is called Topre, and it's different from your standard MX style switch that you see in a lot of keyboards. Yeah, so that's kind of like the quick overview. Nice new hair color, Lightning. Oh, thank you, Casualty. I heard that you don't need to lube Topre. You can use it without lubing. Yeah, it's fine without it. Some people like it with or without, so it's all preference in that sense. But yeah, you could use it stock too. I personally don't like stock like stabilizers, although I would say that the recent release of boards for Topre stuff has been really good, like even stock. So it is possible to just go without any modding, to be honest. But I think I'm kind of used to having modded Topre, so like, you know, and people also ask me to lube it or like to mod Topre, so you know, here we are. Soy teaspoon? Soy teaspoon? I am. Soy TSP? Soy TSP? Dio is the name of the owner of this channel? Yes. Yes, that's right. Muy bien. Love this layout. Hope I can get 1 star on Lightning Silver. I wonder why Zamboma used that name. Hehe. Yeah, I mean, the Lightning Silver thing kind of came in from... I guess there's several people who do use it differently, but yeah. But I guess the Salvation also had a Lightning Silver and kind of stuck. And yeah, but Zambomon definitely named it after like my particular affinity for it, and I know the black is like Poner Soul black. Pretty cute, to be honest. Making the Topre and Tokimos were the best decisions I've made so far this month. This month or last month? Was it this month? It's already like May 12th, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. Lubing sliders 3204. What's on the stabs? 205 on the stabs, probably. Oh wait, last month? Yeah, it's crazy. School is out on the 25th? Wow. Yeah, I mean, I know friends of mine are like graduating from like, you know, PhDs or masters and whatnot, this or MDs, etc. This 18th, I think. So yeah, all these people graduating this coming week. What are the Topre and Tokimos? They're just was it from, I don't know who made the actual like drawings, but yeah. JYMV? Maybe it was him, yeah. I saw that video, but I don't know if it was, did he draw them? I don't know. I just don't know what the actual like origin of that is. Maybe it is that though. Have you studied something? Yeah, I mean, I did go to school. I mean, I'm currently actually in school. Currently in grad school, so yeah. But yeah, I originally studied physics and electrical engineering, and then I had a bunch of career changes, I guess. I started working in that area for a bit, and then I transitioned, I went to medical school, decided that medical school was not for me. A lot of things happened, middle of the pandemic, dropped medical school. And then I decided to stick to grad school. And I'm currently in grad school doing engineering. Sorry if my English is not good. Practicing, no problem, buddy. Practice all you want. Pues practicar aquí cualquier cosa, yo creo que sí hay hispanohablantes aquí en el chat. Que te podrían ayudar también. Hablas bien español, muy fluido, gracias, gracias. Hasta eso, de hecho, he perdido mucha práctica del español porque ya llevo viviendo muchos años aquí, y de hecho no he visitado México en muchos años. Yo nací, crecí allá, pero no he visitado México en mucho tiempo, y ya cuando estás en el extranjero un buen rato, el acento se te va, te comes las palabras, tartamudeas, sí, todo el pedo. ¿Dónde está la tequila? Yo necesito beber. What's up, Mason? I have no tequila at home actually, right now. Whatever was my last bottle of it, I ran out already. Actually, I lie. I might have some still. Just a little bit. I think there might be some in the living room area. Parecía estadounidense.
Bueno, sí. O sea, mis papás son coreanos, pero nací en México. Y pues obviamente porque mis papás son coreanos, pues obviamente me parezco a una persona coreana. Pero sí, hasta eso, como si hablo inglés, digo, bastante bien. Sí, me imagino que a cualquier persona le parecería que no soy hispano de nacimiento.
Coming back, I called dibs on the tequila.
That's whenever you come back, dude. You have to do that first. You have to come back first. Until then.
Pensé que eras angloparlante únicamente, no hispanoparlante.
Yo entiendo. O sea, igual. No te culpo. Yo diría que ya. Si yo estuviera en el Twitch viendo una persona que se parece asiática y solo habla inglés al principio, pues obviamente vas a pensar que nada más habla inglés. Más que nada porque todo lo del stream está en inglés. Pero bueno. Así está el asunto.
¿Extraño?
¿Que si extraño México? Claro que sí. Claro que sí. De hecho, mis papás se mudaron de allá. Están acá en Estados Unidos ya. Pero sí extraño México bastante. Ya hace mucho que no voy. De hecho, este año, creo que el mes de junio, en julio, algo así, gente de mi preparatoria se van a juntar. Se me hace un poco chistoso porque ya son bastante años, o sea, muchos años que ya no nos vemos, entonces, no sé, se siente un poco extraño, ¿no? Pero bueno, así está.
Si te hablo en coreano, ¿entiendes? Sí, entiendo coreano. Where is this mousepad? This is the mousepad from KLC Playground. They sold it as a part of a pre-order. They are just fulfilling, so there's no extras on sale yet. They're still, they just shipped out. But this was from KLC Playground. It was a Brocaps KLC collaboration. So, klc-playground.com, I think. Can you show a bit closer to the camera which part you're lubing? Yeah, sure. So you see like those rails over here? So what I'm gonna be lubing is this rail right here. So there. Oopsie. Well, if it focuses, it will show it, but it's right there. And then the same on the other side here. But as I'm gonna be doing, just so I can keep good track of the keys that I'm lubing, I am doing them at, oopsie, slowly, like one side at a time. So I'm gonna do here, and then here, here, here. And do the same for the other side over here. So it'll be here. Yeah. Silly question, have you tried Copre? Oh, Copre, you mean the police car domes on like semi-heavy MX springs or something like that? MX switches? I tried it at a meetup. It's not my particular favorite. It's very tactile. It also, because of the shape of the domes, you can't really use cherry profile. You have to use like SA or DSA or other profiles. Cherry profile will probably bind with Copre, due to the shape of the dome sheet, yeah. But yeah, I've tried it. I wasn't a huge fan. It's just too tactile for me. Just too much. And also being forced to use other profiles, I personally don't like it because I use cherry profile pretty much exclusively now, but yeah. Bye, have to go. F10, cuídate. Muchas gracias. Por venir aquí. Espero que hayas disfrutado. Que tengas buen día. O bonita noche. Yeah, so copper is nice for you if you like holy pandas and that kind of stuff. I feel it's pretty tactile feeling. It's an interesting feel. It's like rubber dome for sure. All right, we're done. I think we're done for the most part. All right, so that completes the regular sliders. So let's do the stabs now. So let's start with the 2Us. Mr. Juego, 23 months, thank you. Mateo, hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Puedes decir ñ, por favor? Di ñ, ñ. ¿Qué tiene que ver con la ñ? ¿Tienes pedos con la ñ, güey? What's up? Not much, buddy. Just here doing some Topre builds today. A little different from the usual MX stuff. But it's going. Alright, so for the stabs, I'm gonna use 205 grade 0. A little slightly heavier lube than compared to 3204. A little bit better for the wires, I think. A little better to suspend those in lube and kind of avoid the rattle from them. So yeah, we're just applying them a little bit to the stabilizer housings here, and then followed by the wires themselves. So yeah, I'm just gonna do first. Troñol. Help, I like MX Brown too much? Sounds great. You have been helped already? Yup. Sounds like a great thing. I love MX Browns. MX Brown's good. Where's my alpaca equivalent MX Brown that has a good switch leaf for an MX switch? Any avail? Where's my if there are oil kings, Gadron oil kings for MX Blacks, where's like my, I don't know, my poop kings or poop queens or something for my MX Browns, huh? Where's our MX Browns
equivalents at. Pewters are really good. Yeah, pewters are good. Although they do have a little bit of pinging sound from the switch leaf, which is not particularly great, but still good. Still good. I just wish MX style switch leaves were just less shitty by design, but they just MX just isn't made for tactile in general. I feel it just isn't like the design of the MX switch is just not very well. It's just not conducive for a tactile switch. Diarrhea queens. Meteor oranges are very nice. Oh, I haven't used those yet. I do want to try. I haven't bought any though, so I need to buy them first. Don't need films? Yeah, I know that the SB stars are fine without the films. To fix leaf crunch, I just put a dollop of grease in the legs and lube the shit out of the legs. I guess that kind of works, yeah. But for like MX Browns, you know, you don't want to like put too much grease around that area because it will kill the ductility so fast. MX Clears, okay, like fine, but MX Browns and stuff, any kind of lube will just kill the ductility so easily. That's the part I don't like about it. If I had a complaint, it's not that, oh my god, they're scratchy. It's more like the leaf crunch thing problem can't be easily addressed. It smoothens the ductility, not really kill it. Yeah, it does, but it's so light already. But I guess, I mean, if that works for you, that works for you, you know? For me, it's not really a solution, though. It's just a little too diminished. The amount it has on its own is perfect, so I don't want to reduce it, you know? But I understand. The solution is to just to use green Alps for light tactile. I like SKCM Orange for Alps tactiles. SKCM Orange, really nice switch. Or Salmons are pretty good if you can find really nice ones. I've heard good things about Ambers too, but I haven't tried those yet, or like not like good ones anyway. I've tried some like average-ish ones at a meetup, but not nice ones. Even though they're technically linear. Oh yeah. Oh, you mean like SKCL greens? Yeah, I guess that works. Don't they have a small bump once they clear the switch plate? Yeah, it's because of the way the resistance plate, the slider and the leaf, the way they work, it kind of gives it a little bit of a bumpiness to it. Yeah, so it's not necessarily like super linear. They definitely do have a little bit of something to them, resistance to them. It's kind of like friction. A light friction that makes them between linear and tactile, kind of. You basically just describe MX Browns. Yeah, true. That is what it is, basically. Non-clicks, you know? Tactile switches in Korean are called non-clicks. So basically there's no even official designation for tactile until people just came up with it.
Better than brown shaft or T shaft? Yeah. Oh, I see. Ninewalker says it's okay, I think, because the pewters are slightly a touch more tactile than browns. You might be right. I guess lubing the legs on those might be okay. Does 45 gram Topre... Wait, my fingers must be weak. 45 gram on my real force feels heavy. Really? Really? Do the mod housings need drilling? No, not for... Not for the... oh, you mean for... Oh, you're right. Wait a second. Do we not have the thingy for housing modding? Hold on. Let me check my boxes here. Let me see. Do we have stab modding tool? Deskeys. Where is the Deskeys website? Test sliders, 2U pack, stabilizer pack, and where's my shop? Hand drill, right? Yeah, this is what I need to mod, but if I don't, I guess I could just do sharp, use a sharp object for it. Okay. Fits the 2U template, I see. Okay, let me see if I have it. Let me see if I have the thingy here. The plate is stiffer? I mean, yeah, it could be because of the plate. Actually. Alright, so actually let me remove this first. Okay, so these are made out of plastic. So what we can do is, let me see. So a cap here will fit this part here, and then basically where you see these circular marks, we could make some holes on them. But basically to fit MX stabs, MX keys, we're gonna have to mod this. So let me see. It is too bad I don't have the Deskeys hand drill. I don't think that was sent that. So I'm gonna have to do it with something else, like a pair of like you know, like something sharp. So I might do that with like a minus shaped screwdriver or something like that, or with a file. I think I do have a pointy file here. Yeah, that works too, actually. This could do too. Dremel time. I don't have a Dremel, so I don't have power tools, so I'm gonna have to do it without power tools, which is okay. I've done it before for my HKB, so let me just see though. How bad is this? Yeah, so it's not very hard to pierce through this because I used my file here and the indentation is made really quickly. It's because it's made out of plastic. So I'm just gonna file it out. What do you think of Among Us? Fun game. Gets boring after a while, to be honest. Alright, time to ban. And that didn't last too long. Bye bye. Okay, so let's continue to do this. I had fun with that game for months, full lobbies of friends all the time. Oh yeah, I mean, I had fun with that game too. Don't get me wrong, I really like the game too. It got old with me after a while though. After like a few months maybe. Okay, so here's like a template for it, but basically I'm gonna make it a little bit, you know, obviously a little bit bigger than this for the MX stabs. So yeah. Well, it doesn't look bad, right? Start from there and then go from there. So let me grab a keycap again.
It's actually slightly to the edges. Okay.
Have you tried DCS? I have. I mean, I have a few DCS sets. So yeah, I have tried them. We have seen them on previous streams as well. So it's not like we haven't tried them on stream either. Oh, replying to Nine Walker? Oh, never mind. Okay. It's too... need a flat surface here, so I'm just gonna use the side here. First one might look a little ugly because I don't have the part, but I think once I get the dimensions right, it'll be easier. Just need to get a better idea for what it is. It's been a while since I've done this, but sand off the rest, make it nice and smooth. Tree leaf, hello, hello. There it is. Holes for the stabs. They're not pretty, but it is what it is for now. And then I'll make it prettier as I get to do this a few more times. Now that I have an idea of where there should be sitting, it should be much easier from now on. That'll be a nice and long stream, yeah. Alrighty, I think this one's done. So this one should fit. So let's just try it on maybe like the numpad key over here. Which side is it? Let's see. So still a little bit of coverage issues here. Simon stopped selling the no thought, no life shirts. He had shirts. Didn't realize he had shirts. That's cool. Okay, seems to work, right? So that's good. Alright. Alright, now that I figured out how big this should be, let's double check that. Alright, good day, good day. Does it work well off axis? We'll have to test it afterwards. Right now it's a little hard to say. It's probably gonna be like the HKB where, yeah, you, like right now it seems okay, right? But, yeah, we'll have to see once the domes are on there to see how this does. Unfortunately, it might take some tinkering, but we'll see. Okay, so now I get a good sense for how much I need to trim out of each stab, though. So it's about 6mm diameter. So I just need to get the centering right, and then the rest should be easier to do. So actually, oopsie. So actually, the stab, I want to do the center of the hole closer to the line where this goes. So you see there, you see where it kind of like goes smaller. So that's more or less the center of the stem of each stabilizer part. So like here, so that's where my center should be, and then 3mm around each, to the left and the right. You know, circular. Radially 3mm, so
that more or less should be doable. Let me see if I can find a larger diameter for this.
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Just gonna go find some tools.
Okay, that should do.
Will these mods improve the overall sound? Maybe? Might be the same. I mean, lubing will improve the sound, sure. But I don't know what you mean by the rest. I mean, it's just for like changing domes is just to change the relative feeling of the original Topre domes. Maybe like more tactile, maybe less tactile, etc. And for the sliders is to make sure that you have MX compatible caps instead of Topre only compatible caps. So yeah. Can we use Noir on this keyboard today? We will not actually be using Noir on this keyboard today because I was sent the key set for this. So yeah. All right, look at that. Looks good, right? All right, so again, what I'm doing here is I'm first marking the center of the hole where I create my hole first. So as I said, I want the center of the cruciform to be close to the part where it closes in here. So just mark it first. So once you mark the center, you first strip a little bit of plastic first here around that center diameter, I mean around that center circle basically, and you know, you strip some of the plastic there radially. And then after you do that, I am using a thicker screwdriver here. This is about 6mm in diameter, and I'm just grabbing it and stripping the rest of the plastic around it radially again, so that we end up with basically a 6mm. Yeah. Did the file come with the Heavy 9 kit? No, there's no file with no. Heavy 9 is Topre only, so if you want, you can get the Deskeys filing tool, which is actually on sale there. They sell the filing tool for stabilizers. Unfortunately, today I did not get one. Like, the client did not send me a filing tool for the Deskeys.
stabs. So if you want to MXify your stabilizers, you need to have a file yourself or purchase it from Deskeys. Like they have like a filing tool for 2U stabs. Yeah. So if that makes sense. My NAR's on the way from Outpost? Oh, I see. I guess Outpost is slow, huh? You can use a normal drill and hand drill a 6mm hole. Yes, but I don't have a normal drill. I don't have power tools at home, unfortunately. My roommate used to have one, but that roommate moved out, so I don't have any power tools at home anymore. So I haven't bought any power tools because I haven't had a need for power tools, so I don't have any power tools. So I'm not using any power tools, and I'm just gonna do it by hand. Because we do what we can with what we have, right? The heavy grill came with, yeah, so the reason the heavy grill came with the file was because the heavy grill plate required a little bit of filing so that the sliders would go in without problems, right? So that was why. But I imagine that's not quite the case for this. So pretty good, a little bit tight of a fit. But I just need to file a little bit more and it should be good. Can I ask a random question about an old build you did? Yeah, that's fine. The client was ignorant? No, it's fine, it's okay. It's in the accessory section in the Deskeys store, so I can see why you would miss it. It also is not, they should probably put it in their description to say like, if you're going to do the modding for 2U stabs, you should probably buy this file. So the fact that, you know, it was not purchased is really not, it's really not like, I mean, like, yeah, sure, like if it's your first time doing it, you could easily miss it, so that's fine. No biggie. But yeah, Funzy, what's up? What question were you gonna ask about an old build? Juantagon, what's up? I wanted to get an aluminum plate for my #1 revision 2 from CVV. They had 2 options for aluminum, but I'm not sure which one to pick. Any help would be appreciated. So allegedly, the aluminum grade matters like for machining, but I don't really think it will make a difference as for which one is better or whatever, because it's still just aluminum. I personally think 6000 grade aluminum tends to be like what I think they say, like it's easier to anodize or something. I forget. Whatever they say about it. But yeah, it's all like machining related. I personally think you should just pick whichever. I would just pick the 6061. It's fine. Some people like say that apparently the 5000 grade aluminum is softer or whatever. I can't confirm nor deny that. I think you can only tell the difference if you have 2 of the same plate side by side with different grade aluminum or whatever. But even then, I think the tests are not good enough. I don't think there's any scientific enough test to really like say like, oh yeah, it's definitely different. But yeah, I don't know. I think you should just get whichever is available. If the 6000 one is the default, just get that. That's what most plates are made out of, like 6061 aluminum or 6063 or something like that. So just get that. Best for machining, yeah. It's like for machining and finish. Alright, so this looks better, but it's a tight fit. So this will definitely bind if I just try to press it in. Like if I were to just press the stab here, it will definitely bind a little bit. So just need to file it slightly more and we'll be good to go. And we'll just do this for each of them. Deskeys has it sold out? Oh, I see. Oh, that's too bad. You built a Green Matrix 2.0 once with a custom detachable LEMO cable. Do you remember how the female LEMO connector was mounted to the board? Yeah, so if I recall correctly, that one, the female is on the inside of the board, right? If I recall correctly, that one had a custom molded silicone piece. They molded silicone. They basically put
they basically made a mold of the inside socket of the 2.0 and then embedded with like hot glue the female connector inside of the silicone thing. So it was like this custom piece made for it. Someone custom made like a mold for it. So it looked like a pretty DIY kind of thing done to it to put the limo connector on the socket. Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty customized in that sense. So I believe someone in China did that for like a bunch of boards. So yeah, maybe like you had to commission somebody to do it, but something like that. I don't know the exact specifics, but it was something like kind of crazy like that. Neapolitan Jonathan, hello, how are you? How's it going? What's up? I expected a threaded brass piece instead of a cable piece. No. It was not that fancy. Unfortunately. It's not very fancy mod there. It was I mean, it was fancy in the sense that it was nice and custom molded, so it like fit everything nicely. And it was very well placed, but no, it wasn't like really like perfectly done in that sense. Like a nice and threaded piece to like insert in there and whatnot. I just came back from playing some basketball, so super sweaty, about to get some tea. Oh, nice. Sounds awesome. Sounds great. Unfortunately, I did just like eat dinner before I started this, so I'm not too hungry. But this is gonna be a long stream. How long has it been? 2 hours? Yeah, I think just modding the staff is gonna be taking the longest time here, probably. Let's see. I think this would be working fine. I wish I had a larger diameter thing, but I don't think I do. Like, let me see. Oh, actually, I might. Hold on. It's about the same. Might get a plate cut from CEV. Need a palm plate for CA66. Oh, you're getting a CA66 speeches? Nice. Nice. Alright, I think that's good now. Alright, perfect. Alright. Copium, I have to do this for all of them. So, gonna be a while, I think. Also, one thing I'm gonna do here is I need to check something really quick. Let's go, Leopold. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's see. So that's clip. That clip is that. Let's just pull the air out of it here. Get some of these pieces, stray pieces out. Okay. All right. I think the rest will be easy peasy. Just need to get it done. Good evening. This is great since I'll be doing this soon. Yeah. Nihon Jam. If you are getting Deskeys stuff, make sure to hit the hand drill. It's pretty nice and easy because they have a template for it. But you don't have to get it. It's like definitely optional. But it is nice to have it.
Unless you have a hand drill. I mean, like if you have a, or if you have like a power tool, just to make holes into the stabilizer. If you're doing Deskeys sliders, that is. But if you're not, if you're just keeping it in Topre, then it's fine. You don't have to worry about that. Dremel, yeah, Dremel works too. You know, basically any tool, rotary tool. Tool that spins and burrs things out of the way. I have it, thanks. Good. Good. Okay. Let's put my earphones back on. Can't hear the music. Has Deskeys fixed the stab cruciforms? I have no idea. Did they have issues with them? Lastly, here they're stretching caps. I imagine it won't be an issue with like non-cherry, I assume. But I guess I'm gonna guess cherry's an issue. I think today we're using MT3. They did? Oh, nice. Nice. That's good. Oh, wait. They did as in they did stretch cherry caps? Or they did fix it? It's a very generic they did. So I'm not sure what you guys mean. Got replacements from them? Oh, they did fix it. Okay, that's good. Good. Good to hear that. They did, sorry, quick Google. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that's good to hear. So all I'm doing is making the hole yay big and then making it slightly bigger because we do have a little bit of plastic to be shaved here. So just gonna shave it a little bit more. From the other side just to get rid of all the little leftover piece of plastic here. My hands are looking a little tired, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Nice. So there we go.
Alright, cool. Alright, this one goes... Which way? This way? I need to secure an Evia and then do a Topre board with these sliders. Nice. I'll be good. I'll be nice. Okay. Okay, so then this hole slightly bigger. Let me use the other one. Not a switch in sight, SMH. What's up, Mr. Goat? How are you doing? Something 2 hours in and still doing stabs. I know, right? Glad to be back working on content. Are you done with school stuff, Mr. Goat? Just getting back into the lab, finally done with finals. Yeah, I'm glad I'm done with classes for now. Not taking any classes for a little bit at least. Only 2 more in the spring is all I have, but real research time? Yeah. I feel ya. That's good news. More time in the lab is, I guess, relatively means more freedom because you choose your own schedule in a way. That can be a good thing. How have you been doing, sir? I've been doing okay. So-so, I guess. You know, the usual tribulations of being a grad student is not knowing what's going on, not knowing if whatever you're doing is the right thing you're doing, and then trying to prove it to other people that whatever you're doing is probably okay. Is a tough life to be in. So yeah, that's kind of where I am. You know, the usual of getting up, telling myself I should be in lab, doing things, and then coming back and being like, I didn't even know what I did. But, you know, it goes, so goes every day. Been doing okay, though. Busy at times and a little less so at other times. You got your fruit test completed finally? Yeah, finally. It's taken a good 5 years or whatever. But yeah, did. Finally did. Finally did. Alright, one more stab housing to do. We're making holes in our stab housings today because that's what we have to do. Been sinking further into Artisan. It's fun to recognize big milestones, collection photos when they go up, like RBB flexing on the world the other week. Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, you kind of realize how much it takes to get there. Is this a personal board? It is not. It is not a personal board. Is this a holy mod I've been hearing about? It's a hole mod where you make holes into things. So yeah, sure. It's the OG hole mod. And then when the whole E mod came up, they added an E, right? It's holy minus the E because there's nothing holy about making holes in your stabilizer housings. You know? At least it's not in the bathroom wall. This has to be an estimate of 6-7 hour build. Yeah, definitely gonna be like probably like 5 hours to be honest. The rest is not that bad. Cause I've already done the lubing. Be sure to breathe that black dust in. Yum yum yum. Guys, gonna spray it on my steak cause it's like the pepper of, it's like the pepper-like condiment of the keyboard world, you know? Just makes my food taste better. Yeah. Yummy. Gotta love eating plastic. You know? What material are housings even made of? These are probably ABS. Right? This is probably ABS. It's gotta be, no? Surely it isn't ABS. Surely not. Surely not. Why don't you pour acetone on the housings and find out? Because I don't have any acetone on me either anyway. That would suck. Imagine you pour it and then it just like starts all melting, like, you know, like shriveling. Oh my god. Okay, I think that's it. So let's just double check. Alright, yeah, that's it. Alright, great. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna clean this up really quick and we'll continue. Give me a sec. Alright, we are back. Back to business. Alright. Okay, so we're done lubing, we're done modding the housings. We just need to lube the rest of the stabilizers and then install the domes and put it all back together to put it into the, not this one, to put back into the heavy 9 case. So that's what we'll do. German, hello, hello, how are you? Oh, Davey Clappin, hello. How's it going? Never seen this kind of keyboard before. Is this Topre? Yes, this is Topre. Topre is based on rubber dome. It's a rubber dome based mechanism, but basically a different kind of circuitry, I guess. But yeah, this is basically what Topre is. Took the first few hours. We were just modding. We were lubing this house, the rails of this plate, so that the sliders, when they go, they're nice and smooth. And then we were making these holes in the stabilizer parts because we are changing this to MX, to being MX compatible. So Topre normally uses its own style of keycaps. And then this, we're using Deskeys sliders, which are MX compatible sliders for Topre. So that's what we were doing. And then, yeah, it's basically the gist of it. And right now I'm like lubing stabs, basically. Why is this? Is this supposed to just come off? Wait, it's supposed to hold on there, right? Okay, there we go. Any other benefits of changing Deskeys sliders for Deskeys other than making the Keycaps MX? No, no other benefits. That's the only reason you would do it. Whoops. Because if you switch to Deskeys, so if you switch to MX compatible, you cannot use Topre compatible keycaps and vice versa, basically. MX compatible is MX compatible, Topre compatible is Topre compatible. That's just the way it goes. So it's, yeah, it's like a, it goes, it's depending on which keycaps you want to use, yeah. Also, I guess people say that MX keycaps sound and feel different on Topre than they do, like original regular Topre caps do. So sometimes you might actually prefer not to use that because that's just not your style. Like that's not something you like. So yeah, kind of depends, I guess. So many more options with MX. That is true. That is true. There it is. Okay, now it's time to put our Deskeys sliders. Could have popped these in earlier, but I guess I didn't. It's fine. The plate came with the heavy 9? No. You're transferring over... The heavy 9 is literally just an enclosure to which you are transferring the innards of the Leopold FC980C. That is the case for pretty much every single Norbauer case except for the heavy grail. In the case of the heavy grail, the idea is that because the case is made out of plastic and the case itself is the plate and the HKV, Norbauer had to recreate a plate made out of plastic, which he used an injection molding process for, and that's why the plate is provided for the heavy grail. But in the case of every other Topre enclosure, third-party Topre enclosure, all it is, it's just an enclosure, and you're just moving the parts into an aluminum case. That's it. Yeah. Will you lube the PCB right underneath the spring to reduce spring rattle, or just lube the spring? Neither of the two. Actually, I'm not lubing any of this PCB at all. Just leaving the PCB on its own. Deskeys sliders without silencing rings? Yes, that's correct. That is correct. And tons of iteration to get that HKV plate right? Yeah. So we just lubed the sliders, so we're just gonna have lubed Topre, but yeah, no silencing rings today. Silencing rings are optional, so yeah. Did OmniType just buy the molds for Norbauer's HKV plate? Yeah, they did, although they haven't done anything with it just yet. So it's just a matter of time, I guess, until they do stuff. I heard Deskeys sliders wobble a lot without silencing rings. We'll see. I don't know. This is my first time trying Deskeys sliders for a full board rather than just for a few keycaps, so I don't know. Say hi to Brazil. Hello. Hello. Have to break the fast today, feeling low energy. Oh, that's no good. Yeah, I mean, you should definitely eat if you have to. Fasting is tough. I don't feel like I could do it. Alright, so that's done. Now, the next step here is to put it together. So before I'm actually gonna do the dome swap, I'm gonna test the keys. Specifically, I just want to test the stabilized keys, particularly because those are the ones that I've been concerned about. So we're gonna first test that just to make sure that they don't bind, and then we'll do the dome swap afterwards. Gone down one size for pants and size starter? Nice. That's really respectable. Most definitely not something I could easily do. By the way, found another Snow White listing for 29,000 Japanese yen. That's not bad. Although definitely still on the pricier side. Considering that they retail for so little. It's pretty crazy though. It's pretty crazy how much they cost. I'm still hoping that they release a stock, because I do believe the North American PFU folks that they would be dropping some. Who knows when though? It doesn't appear like they've done anything yet to show for it. Anyway. Yeah, still oof, that price is correct. Alright, this should be enough to keep this together. Alright, let's test some keycaps. As long as it doesn't bind, it's okay. So okay, so this one's binding a little, it looks like. Let's just see where exactly. Top side? Yeah, top side, I think. Okay, so enter key here. Maybe a little bit more trimming here. Okay. little bit on the shift here. Okay, this is okay. The main issue about MX-ifying Topre boards is the fact that the stabilizers actually don't have stabilization per se, because it's all on one singular stem, right? It's like, so off-center presses can feel a little off, but as long as it doesn't bind, it's okay. So like the enter here, for example, it does seem to have a little bit of, it's not as bad actually. Might a bit just some flush plastic, but so yeah, these keys might sound a bit rattly just by nature of the stabilization itself. So, but it looks like the rest is okay. Oh, Mr. Alex. Alex says hi. Hi, Alex. Where is the hot tub? Hello, hello. How's it going, buddies? Thank you so much for the huge raid. Welcome, folks. Need tub? Alex promised us rate hot tub streamer? What? Why did I get rate for this then? Diego hot tub keyboard build when? Dude. No way. Oh my gosh. Eric, thanks for gifting Alex a sub. Okay. I guess you have to be in a hot tub now. That would be hot. I really just got back to Alex's stream. Hi, yeah. Alex, how's your stream? What do you do today? Get ready to lube up. Bro, I built a Xeno. Oh, nice. Do you like it? Okay, so I think the numpad was slightly binding. And the shift a little bit. It's okay, not too bad actually. Yeah. It's a nice board. Aside from the group by fulfillment itself, it's fine. Whenever I hear Xeno, I think of Professor Xeno and Bloom from Rick and Morty. Is that a plushie cam? Yes, it is. It is JD and Nono and Gatoron themselves. It is indeed a plushie cam. How many gifted subs to get you a tattoo of JD on my chest? Sheesh. That's pretty tough because in the first place, I don't even have a single tattoo. So that would be a high ask. Yeah. I did not have plans to get myself any tattoos during my lifetime, but... Plot twist, he already has it. Yeah, I guess you would have to... the only way to find out is for you to, well, somehow get me to show it. But how? How would you possibly do that? You know? Okay, let me re-lube this one. It's a little finicky. A membrane board? Have not seen that kind of build in a long time. You mean Topre? It's fun. It's different for sure. Topre is different. I can do what my username says. My streamer? Oh, I see. One drunk man's message got auto-modded. I'd sub for a Diego hot tub stream? Does that mean you would not sub if it weren't? Damn. That's kinda sad. So you would sub to everybody else, Alex included, for doing a regular keyboard build, but you wouldn't if I unless I did a hot tub? Wow. I see how it is. What is this double standard? I am so sad. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Alex does hot tubs sometimes. Any proof? I would like to see the sauce. Sauce? VODs, please. Watching Diego stream when I'm in the hot tub is the way. Alright, that's good now. I think this is good. Okay. And then let's just double check this one. Okay, cool. Just meet us halfway and do the build shirtless? Oh my god, that is so embarrassing. Okay, so now is the time to put it together with the new domes, which I have to say I haven't done a dome swap in ages, and I'm a little nervous that it's not going to turn out right. But it is time. For that part, I'm going to have to do the inverse dome swap method, where basically you want to flip the... You want to flip this upside down, and then you want to suspend each of the plate sides with like boxes or something. I'm going to use 2 of these, and then 2 of these over here. Oh man, okay, this is getting me nervous already, but... Is there a way for me to, maybe I should, it's gonna shift too easily, won't it? Alright, so here we have boxes. They have MT3 Susuwatari, which the client sent. But alright, let's just be sure that we don't ruin anything. Okay. let's start with the domes. I need to get a green screen for the hot tub scene. No one will be able to tell. Yeah, right? No one will be able to tell. Nothing can go wrong with this plan. Nothing can go wrong. Nothing will go wrong, right? Nothing. Nothing will go wrong here. Okay? I'm gonna be very careful and it's all gonna be okay. Do you like MT3? Personally, no. Personally, no. I've tried it and I don't really enjoy it that much. It's too scooped for me, for my personal preference. Yeah, so I personally am like pretty whatever on MT3, just in general. Huh? I guess I can't really do that, huh? So I'll have to cut it. Okay. Is my mic sounding weird? Does it actually? I don't know. Audio sounds fine? Okay. Okay, time to cut domes, I guess. So... Alright, first semester scissors. Must be me. Maybe try refreshing. So my current feeling about these sliders is gonna be that the stabs are not gonna feel great because they are technically not really stabilized. But I think the rest is gonna be okay. I think the one user are gonna be fine, but the stabilized keys are gonna be iffy because we have to cut out the stab housings, and that part is never like the best way to do it because simply speaking, MX needs those three sides. And like, you know, with Topre that's not the case. And you know, MX stability is just different from Topre, so yeah. Oh wait, two? We can do three here first. Okay, I think the rest are all one use, so... Mind if I ask, what is the white cat in the top left corner of the frame? Is that like a super artisan? Yeah, sort of. So do you know Hello Caps? Hello Caps does these bongo cat artisans. And for April Fools this year, he made this thing called the Conga cat. C-O-N-G-A cat. Conga kitty. And basically it's like, yeah, it's a massive artisan. And it doesn't really fit on anything. It's just like a standalone showpiece.
It's pretty funny though. It fits on a TKL. Yeah, I mean it fits if you yeah, if you put it like in a place where it, like, you know, like if you put a, like an adapter for it, or like, yeah. Basically like would be like, covers like maybe like four units around.
Okay, there's all of the domes that we need. Okay, this is the nerve-wracking part now. The next part is to carefully strip every one of these domes here and put the transfer over the conical springs into the domes, and then to flip the PCB upside down and to put it all together without it falling apart. So definitely gonna be the nerve-wracking part here. So I'm just gonna do it one by one. Just one by one, carefully. People of Topre have an interesting concept of good sound compared to MX. I think it's just more like a preference for a different form of keyboard. I mean, it's like saying people who like buckling spring are essentially wrong for liking something that sounds as pingy and whatever as metallic as buckling spring, but it's its own thing, you know? You know, everyone can like different things at the same time. So it seems a bit silly to say that it's, you know, it would be silly to say that it's wrong, for example, or that it's like, I don't know. You can choose any qualifiers you want, but it's fine to like several things at the same time. Soon getting off the train. Thanks for the stream and we'll catch the rest in VOD. Sounds good, Nihon Jam. Have a good day. And it's honestly, it's not like MX Tactiles or MX Quickies sound that good either. So there's that too. Do these springs benefit from lube? Some people say yes, some people say no, but I personally prefer to just leave them as is because they work fine as is too. I just like the way it feels and the sound just grew on me. It's Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, could be. I think that's fine. It's fine to perceive it that way too. But yeah, I personally don't like, for example, I don't really like the sound of Real Force or like Leopolds in general. I like HKBs, but I don't like the other ones as much. And a lot of it has to do because HKB is a plastic keyboard, you know? It's the plastic chassis that gives it character, in my opinion. But I don't really like the other ones that much. They don't sound the same to me, and they don't feel the same to me either. Ooh. I tolerate RF and Leopold because of the layouts. Yeah, I think the layout is the only reason I would use RF or Leopold in general, in the first place, you know. But it's definitely true. Like I definitely see the point that I personally wouldn't use. Wouldn't use RF or Leopold if they were the same layout, just because of the way they are constructed. It's just not my thing. Let's hope this all works out fine though. I mean, I honestly haven't done a dome swap like this in so long. And I also have not tried the Deskeys sliders by themselves, like for a full keyboard. So I'm kind of like treading unknown territory here where I might actually end up with a board that doesn't sound or feel that good, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, maybe I should have, it doesn't matter, I guess. I use an HKB if it had full backspace. Oh, I see. I get that. Some people just can't do split backspace. It's just not the thing for them. Understandable. Are the springs domes glued to the PCB, or is that white pad have an adhesive source for it? It's more so that whenever it's sort of the case. Like there is like a little bit of adhesive, but it's only there the first time it's basically the pressure when the machine makes these keyboards. The machine compresses, like, you know, puts all the parts together, right? And then there is a little bit of adhesive, I guess, in between the domes and the PCB that just gets adhered as when it gets pressed for the first time in the factory. Once you remove that dome, like that dome sheet once, that adhesive is gone forever. Because that's the little bit of adhesive that just keeps it together in the first place. So once you dislodge it one time, it's not gonna like stick back to the PCB. I'm a German layout. Pipe is where my apostrophe is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for ISO is like is indispensable. That's for sure. It's because of the extra key. Or like specifically because you're used to the layout too. That left box looking. Ah! Thank you. Woo! Holy shit. Say no more. You guys say, oh, that would have been pain, but I know you guys are secretly like giggling inside, like, ha 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 ha, I wish that could have happened so Diego were suffering picking up all the springs again. I bet that's you guys right now. Oh shit, it didn't fall. Oh crap. Couldn't see Mr. Streamer lose focus and panic. I get it. I am merely but entertainment to you. I thought I was listening to a recording of my voice for a second there. I assuming lubing the PCB serves a similar function to donut dipping springs. Yeah, that's what the idea behind it. Okay, there it is. Alright. Now double check the alignment for everything. Okay. It looks okay. Okay. Guess the moment of truth is almost here. Where we place the PCB over upside down. All right. The easiest way to do this would be to use these as reference. So to use the screw holes as reference might be a good idea. So maybe like that. Okay. It looks good. This is where I pray the stabs turn out fine. I pray that too. I don't know though. I have a feeling that it could be bad. Or it could be like meh, you know what I mean? Okay, alright. Alrighty. If they're bad, just take it apart again. You make it sound so easy, Quappa. No biggie. Although I have to say, taking it apart again would not be nearly as bad. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we're just gonna put some screws on, take our daughter board here and test it first. Yeah, we're gonna test it first, and then we're gonna move ahead after we're done with testing. So, yeah. Basically, the innards are completely standalone from the rest of the case, so you can worry about the case later. Just gonna put some edge screws here. JD, Ron, and Nona looking very cozy today. They know it's a long stream, so that's probably why they look nice and cozy. They're just like, we wonder if Diego's gonna mess up today. Mess up terribly. FC Nat Geo, I think I know the plush. I think I know how the plush cam will turn out. Okay, based on the alignment of the PCB and the plate so far, though, it looks like the screws are in a good place. Because I don't sense any like resistance while putting these screws in, and like, you know, everything seems pretty good so far. Alright, now we can switch it over. Okay, at first glance, it all looks pretty good. Now I can easily just take this away, put it aside. Don't lose anything. What weight are the blue domes? I'm actually not sure what the blue domes are weighted for. I need to check the website for it because I didn't get the specific weighting for it on the. It doesn't say on the box or anything. Yeah, it doesn't say here, so I don't know. But they're Deskeys, yeah. It sounds fine. I mean, it sounds like Topre. I feel like I'm gonna know this once I put the keycaps on. If anything, I can go back on it later, off stream, if I need to realign something, but for the most part, it seems okay. Surely it's fine. Ah, nerve-wracking. Okay, I'm not sure.
sounds fine until it's not. Yeah, that's how it goes with Topre, unfortunately. It seems fine until it's not, right? Should we just go for it? Do we go for it? I think I'm just gonna go for it, and then if I really have to fix something, I guess I can go back. It'll suck if I do, but it is what it is, I guess. Let me put these screws on first, and then I'm gonna get the daughter board first. Where's my bottom piece here? YOLO, it sounds good. YOLO it is. YOLO it is. Alright. Let's test this first though. Cable. Them cars outside though. Alright. Looks like everything's good here. Nice. Okay. All the keys are working. That's a good thing. It means the alignment at least is good with the PCB for proper assembly. So that's good. That's a victory. Does this assembly just go as is into the heavy 9 case? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much is just a transplant over. It's pretty simple in that sense. It's just an aluminum case for the internals. And in some cases they have daughter boards to plug in. Leopold supports VIA? No, this has a Hasu PCB, which is a separate controller that you need to purchase. I think it in general it costs anywhere between like $50 and $65, I think. But yeah. But that one supports TMK, QMK, and therefore supports VIA. Hasu makes controllers for Leopolds? Yeah, he has been for many years now. Check the wobble on the one used. It seems okay. If you mean like wobble of the slider itself, it seems alright. I don't know about the keycaps. It probably depends on the keycap set. I mean, right now we're going to be using MT3, which might wobble a little bit more because like a taller profile. But I mean, like, I don't know. Let me put like, I don't know, like this keycap here, and it seems okay. Seems nice and sturdy. Like, you know, put an artisan here. Seems okay. Seems normal. So, I think so far so good. Alright, so next step, now that we're done with that, is to put this over into the heavy 9 case. Have you ever resoldered the USB Type-C connector on a PC? I bent it off and was wondering if you had any recommendations. So Ghost Grixley, very high chances is that if you manage to bend it off, it's possible that the pads ripped out. So like if it's not working because the pads got ripped from the PCB, the pads are tiny, you know, they're super small. So if you rip those out, that's it. You need to replace the PCB. Replacing the connector won't do anything because there's nothing to connect it to, right? So you have to check the state of the connector on the PCB first. If it's a connector that it seems that the pads are all okay, like every single one of them, then you could replace the port, fine. Ideally, well, I mean, technically, like USB-C won't use that many of the pads. Like, there's not all of them are being used, but I mean, you still want most of them intact. But yeah, replacing it would require very careful work, where you are carefully desoldering whatever was left there, and then a new one to be resoldered. You need a lot of flux and just very careful with soldering work. Yeah. So yeah. Flux and flux accessories, yeah, pretty much. Do you mod the stabs? I modded these just now. Oh, you weren't here for the first part of the stream, right? Lana? I did the work here. I drilled them myself. Well, I didn't drill it. I actually did this. I grabbed a sharp file first. I grabbed a sharp file, dented the housing like you know, to in the right, like at the center point, and then made a smaller hole, and then made a bigger hole with like bigger tools. Like I used like a larger screwdriver, and then I used an even larger screwdriver, and just was shaving, and then was shaving, like I was like, you know, shaving the plastic with this, and then like, you know, clearing it out with a file. Yeah, pretty much. Hand CNC service, hand drill, I guess. Hand work, yeah, Handarbeit. That was actual Handarbeit. Hand job, if you will. Hand job in German incident. Yeah, y'all got auto-modded. I had to prove it. Anyway. Alright, so there's the case. I assume this is for our daughter board and stuff to be installed. Let's open this guy up and get these are the pads. And then you have our screws here. So let's first start with this. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts. What are the pads for? These are just the feet. These are just the feet for the case. I don't know what this is. What is this here? I'm gonna have to check the Norbauer guide to see what's what. Okay, I'm assuming these large bolts are for the case. I mean for the plate. There's some extras. And then these ones look like spares for the case. Yeah, these ones look spare for the case, and then there's small ones for maybe the daughter board or something like that. Okay. When all else fails, read the instructions. Yup. Just gonna double check that. Let's see, Heavy 9 unboxing and assembly. Okay. Okay, he just puts in the bolts right in. So these guys will just go right in. A little bit of a tight fit. Let's check the clearance of the case first. Okay. Then maybe this screw has a little debris. Let's where's my okay. Should be fine. You prefer stock cases over aftermarket Topre, right? Yeah, personally I do, yeah. Okay, they should all go there. Okay. That little plate is the adapter to hold the felt in place? Oh, I see. Thank you. But yeah, I was checking the instructions anyway just now. Just in case I was missing anything. Okay, so he puts all the screws in. And then... Oh no, the plate... Oh yeah, okay, I see. Alright, yeah, I see now. Alright, so... I'm gonna put this on the side for now. And so the next step here is to grab our daughter board cases. So here we have our daughter board parts here. So it looks like he says we need to get this off first.
Huh, is that all the screws I got? Looks like I'm missing one, but because they're the same size, so it should be fine. Okay, and then these guys here. Alright, so this is the controller. And then, let's see. Oh, I see 2 large screws and 2 small screws. Okay, so oh, it's this way. Okay, so this way he puts this first. And then the small ones next. Wait. Screw in properly, did it? Oh, it's a little. Wait, is there something to screw it into? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Is there anything to screw this into? Checking here. Okay. Huh, okay. Supposedly should screw it on there, but okay. Let's see if it goes through. Doesn't seem to be tapped. It's not really holding there. Or does it have 2 sides, or one side is fine, one side is not? Let's see. Oh no, it is tapped. Okay. So maybe I'll do this first and try the other one next. It's very lightly tapped, I guess. Okay. All right, and then
Okay. Cool. So they don't get lost, I'll put these back into the regular case. Alright, let's get the rest. Right, bump-ons. Quiet in here? Yeah. Sure did. We like watching more than talking? That's fair, because I'm the same. I am the same way. I don't tend to talk too much, just in general. Which is kind of ironic considering that I'm streaming, right? Okay. Alright. Alright. Moment of truth, I guess. Will it sound like dog? Will it sound like thawk? Will it sound like clack, tack, smack, dack, pack, slack? Did somebody say thawk? Pondering, pre-ordering my lunch? Oh, you pre-order your lunch? Wow. So prepared to pre-order your lunch. Never done that before, or at least not me. It's either meal prep or just go out and get something quick, you know? Lucky I group by my lunch? Q4 2022? Oh my god. Lunch group by Pog. Very exciting. Alrighty. Alright, let's get those keycaps, I guess. So today we're gonna be using MT3 Susuwatari. MT3 Susuwatari is what we have here today. I'm gonna have to check all the stuff I got. Doing my Lost Ark dailies? I see. Okay, so I have some kind of space bars or something. Shift keys, modifiers. Colored modifiers. And over here I have the main set. So let's see. MT3 Susuwatari. Let's open this up. Wait, how does this? Is this taped? Does that kit have a 6U spacebar? So that's what I'm gonna check. Let's see. So let's get all the main stuff up first, and then we can worry about whether we have that here, this or that. I'm just trying to check everything here. So let's see. F keys. This will look pretty good, actually. This should look pretty nice. You have a really interesting inflection accent. Might I ask where it's from? I'm not sure. I mean, I grew up in Mexico, and I was born and raised in Mexico. So I lived there most of my life, and then I moved to the States for studying and for work. Yeah. That's basically the bottom line. 6 U's in the spacebar kit? Okay. 6 U's in the spacebar kit. So it should be here. Oopsie. Alright. 6U. Which one of you are you? Well, I guess it's this one. Yep. All right. Oop. So at least MT3, they fit very nice and snug on the desk key sliders. So it's pretty nice because it's just very nice and like, you know, they won't really move or wobble at all because the keys are so nicely snug on there. So that's a good thing. Topre, I guess, would be the way of saying to avoid the emote. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Wait. 1U, right? Never mind. It's not the right cap for this place.
think it's I forget what the spacing of this part was. I think it's 1.25, 1.25, I think. I don't remember. Alright. Is there enter key here? Oh, enter key's here. Oh, monochrome mods should be a separate kit. Oh, okay. We do have monochrome mods too, huh? Oh, I see. Let's see. Monochrome mods. So, let's see. FN? Tight. I'll put the colored keys here for now. Let's try monochrome mods then. Okay, so let's see. Return. Shift. And then small shift. Control. I believe the... Let's see. Oh, we have command. I think they're Mac users, so let's just put the Mac keys for now, but it's whatever. So Mac key, so I think command is fine. And then control here. And then caps lock, I guess. Where's my caps lock? This is too, no, that's not the right one. Aha. Regular caps lock. Alpha tilde. We don't do that mod tilde here in regular pipe. And then arrow keys. Arrow keys. Is this up? Up. Down. Left. Right. And then numpad. Okay, so 9, 8. Oh, Lil Bonaparte, hello, my friend. How's it going? Almost 2 years. How's school and life? School's alright. It's going. A lot of people graduating, and not myself, but yeah. It's just going though. It's alright. It's going alright. And then, all right, number keys. Let's see, 4. Okay. 0. Period. It's going okay though, yeah. I would say not too eventful, but also not good, not bad. It's just all right. Enter. Oh, we could use the accent enter actually. So let's do that. Let's match the enters. And get the enters matched here with the red ones. Okay. Okay. That's
that from that one. What's this? Just additional keys. Okay. Susuwatari looks great on this. I agree. It looks very nice. It looks very nice. Okay, I was told they wanted mute, volume minus, and volume plus. Mute, volume minus, and volume plus. Actually, let's just put an artisan here. We'll put an artisan there. Maybe I'll leave the red escape out for later. Oh, I forgot the little spring from the Topre spacebar. Put that on now. It's kind of optional, but might as well. Ooh, I hear that spring ping. Ah! Okay. I am not. Let me see if that's from this spring. Oh, God, it's tight. Have you ever commissioned an artisan maker? I have. On occasions. Not many times though. Oh my God, this is like super tight. Oh God. Okay, there we go. Oh goodness, that's tight. Not sure what it is that's pinging here. Well, something's pinging, and I hope it's not the spring inside of the Topre thing. But I don't know what it is exactly. Okay. Alright, let's put it out for now. And then let's see. Okay. All right. Let's put an artisan on this. Oh man, but this is tall as hell. I don't even know if I have anything that tall on this box. Oh, you know? This kind of looks nice. Let's put this guy here to the little backward caps. I think Mephisto? I forget what the sculpt name was. It's from Backward Caps. Alright. Sick. We have finished. Alright, let's try this out. Where's my cable? Okay. Nice. All right, let's see. Okay, so for some reason I'm wondering if I should reopen it up for a second, because the spacebar is pinging for some reason. Except for any other key is fine, but the spacebar is pinging a little. Is it only off-center presses? I'm not sure, but it's like pinging a little bit, and I don't know if it's the case or if it's the internals. So I'm like kind of puzzled if I should open it up or not. But anyway, all right. Well, we can try it in its incomplete, relatively form, and then see if I need to reopen it up. But let's give it a shot for now, shall we? But the rest seems okay, so let's see. All right, let's try it out. Watch it be the spring under the spacebar. No, that would suck. That would really suck. If it really is, it really is terrible. Wait, not the spring under the spacebar, because I removed the spring under the... Well, I removed this spring, but if it's the actual Topre conical spring, that's gonna suck. But I'm not sure what it is, so we'll have to see. Maybe try another spacebar? We could. Actually, that's a good idea. But it's a 6U, right? What do I have to have 6U? I'll have to see, because 6U is centered too, so anyway. But yeah, look, look, just hear it. I'm not sure, is it from inside? If I compress it slowly, it's fine. So I don't know. I'm hoping I don't have to open it up, but I might have to actually. I might have to open it up, which would suck, but you know, yeah, it might be the rattle from the one spring underneath the spacebar. But I mean, as far as the stabilizer itself, it seems okay. But the rest is, but the rest I think, yeah. All right, we can give this a shot. It's loud, even I can hear. No, I mean, I'm sure I can hear it too. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah, but I mean, at least the rest sounds okay. But I think the spacebar is not gonna sound very good. So let's open it up after the first test. How about that? All right, let's give it a shot. So here is this is Topre 45 gram in heavy 9, and this is with MT3 Susuwatari. So we'll just give it a first shot. Also, it's gonna give me an idea of what other keys I need to fix, if there's anything else to fix. So, all right, here we go. Fine. Okay. Yeah, definitely have to open this up or something. But yeah, the spacebar is not good. But I think the rest is fine, which is a good thing. So might just have to open up the part for the spacebar. So let's check the mods though, nonetheless, because I also need to know if the mods are okay. So here are the mods. So yeah, this is inevitable, I think. I'll add more lube here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna do anything. So yeah, I'm gonna take a second look at the modifiers at some point today, or you know, whenever I open it back up. But I might do it now, so might do that. All right, so that's what it sounds like as far as the keyboard goes. But yeah, the spacebar is definitely obnoxious, so I think we need to take a look. So let's do that now. All right, so let's unplug that, and then don't need. All right. So let's see. Oddly enough, on my HKB, my spacebar was squeaking on those little landing pads for the spacebar. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna take out the spacebar and see first if there is something in the case before we open it fully back up. So let's just double check things first. Is that a reset button? Yes, it is a reset button for the QMK controller. Okay. That sounds fine. So I think it's rattling on the case. Maybe the case is not, I don't think it, maybe it's not screwed in tightly. So I'm gonna have to double check that too. Let's see. Didn't come with shims? Yeah, no shims on this. Let me see. I'll double check the hardware. No shims. So maybe it is just that, which is good. And I don't need to open up the rest. Oops. Yeah, I don't know how tight I don't need to do this, but just don't want to over tighten if it's too much, you know? All right. Let's see. That sounds fine. That sounds okay. So let's put it back in the case. So if that's fine with the spacebar, then that's good. As for the rest of the modifiers, I'm not sure. I think it's just the nature of the beast with the Deskeys. But I may have to, like, maybe I'll like touch it slightly. Touch upon it slightly. Touch it up slightly, my bad. Well, let's see if the case is the problem here. I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. No screws for now, just to... That seems okay. Okay, so it was just rattle from the case, I guess. Great. Okay. So let's just leave it like that for now and see how it goes. So I guess it was just rattling on the plate, huh? But why just the spacebar and not all of the rest of the keys? Because it wasn't doing it for all of the other keys. It's just for the spacebar too. Is spacebar big enough that it actually shows up, and maybe the smaller modifiers just don't have that? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, let's try this again. Okay, let's give this a shot again. Let me see. Alright, so this time we have it with the spacebar fixed, I guess. Let's give it a shot. Alright, let's try. Let's try it out. So loop with 3204 and 205. Let's give it a shot. Oh wait, is it not showing up on the screen? Oh wait, it is. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Let me try again. Couldn't see it for a second. Redo. Oh man, MT3 is so uncomfortable to type on. It's so scooped. Kind of gives my hands cramps. It's like too much. I need to lift my fingers so much to type on it. Unlike Cherry, where it's like feels like I'm just gliding between the keys. But for MT3, I really need to like do this. Feels like it's too much work to type on it. But it's nice. It's pretty good. It's much better than earlier, so that's good. At least it's not as bad as I thought it was. All right, so here are the mods again.
Man, that rattle from the mods is not great. The spacebar sounds good, but I don't like how like the shift or the backspace sound, for example. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's just the way the sliders work because the keys are so, yeah. +1 for pick spacebar. Keycode will change the tolerances of their boards to allow for powder coating that will create a lot of crazy builds. Oh, that sounds really fun. Drown in 2.5. I guess we can always try that. I mean, technically, I do have access to the to the stabilizers now, thanks to the fact that they have been drilled. So I actually wonder if that could work. So actually, let me give that a try. Man, I have to say, MT3, like the tolerances for them is super tight. It's like so hard to get these keys out of the way. Alright, there we go. Do MX sliders change sound? I mean, the fitment will definitely vary, so that's one thing. Alright, so we can always put more lube here, but I don't know how much is gonna actually change things. And here. All right, let's see. I always get a weird chattering from MT3, hard to fix. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really seem any different. It does not seem different to me. Let's see. I mean, we can try the modifiers from Noir. Let's see. Let's see if a cherry modifier is different. So if a cherry modifier sounds different on this. If it does, then it's MT3, I guess, right? Oh, that sounds a lot better, right? I don't know. I don't know. God damn. It still rattles a little. Let's try this. Ooh. Let's see. it doesn't really seem to make a big difference here. So I can't really say that it's gonna be that much better. Noir looks so white on black. I mean, it is very, very light in the cream colored, so that's probably why. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not sure. It could be the lubing of the stab, although they are pretty much lubed, so I'm a little bit unsure if it's that or something else. But the rest of the caps sound pretty good. Okay, the numpad ones sound okay. Let's see. Did Nova Touch tabs have the same problem? Yeah, they always did. So MX stabs in Topre in general, they're going to be a little bit problematic because it's like not a native fix per se. You're basically just making room for the keycap to pass through, you know? So the idea here behind this is that you're just making a hole for these stab stems to go through as you press down, but in essence it's still just held by the middle stem, so there's nothing really being stabilized in MX-ified Topre. It's still just one slider that does all the work here, and it's just one stem that's holding the cap. So in essence the other sides are just kind of dangling there. Yeah, and they're just passing through the holes here. That's all they're doing. Yeah. Snaps, Topre snaps in MX. Wait. Topre snaps in MX is friction fit and the other stems are rattling. I'm so confused by that. Wait, what? In MX it's friction fit. I'm not sure I understand. Wait. Topre snaps in, MX is friction fit. Oh, yes. Topre snaps in, MX is friction fit. Yes, that is correct. So, at least, yeah. Okay, yeah. That is indeed the case. In MX, it's just friction fit from the inside of this and the basically the male adapter and the female adapter essentially. But I mean, this sounds okay. It's not rattling. Normally, even when you just have a regular slider, stab slider that has not been lubed, this is already rattling stock. But since it's not, I'm assuming it's just the way the MX works. That's just my hypothesis, but also it could be that I do need to go and try to open it up and try to troubleshoot. But I'm not quite sure, honestly. Yeah, you've been going at it for quite a while now. Yeah, it's been about 5 hours, yeah. Okay. Oh. I missed something, one sec. Okay. Alright. Sounds good, Quappa. See you later. Thanks for the talkie build today, no problem. Alright, so yeah, I think pretty much done for the build for today.
I might take a look at the stabs later, but yeah, I'll have to see what might be the issue. But I think that's pretty much all I have for tonight. So let's go rate somebody. I'll show you the guy's board up close and then call it a night for today. Alrighty, so let's show you guys the board here. Play the music again. Move the mic a little. Here. And alright. 5 hours, that's all? Yeah. Weak AF. Alright. Anyway, so this is the build for tonight. This is the Heavy 9 by Norbauer Co. This has MT3 Susuwatari. And so we modded a FC980C tonight. And added MX stabilizers, MX sliders, changed the domes entirely, and put it all back together. And yeah, it looks really good with MT3, I have to say. I think pictures of this will look nice. The finish on this case is really, really nice. I think this is definitely one of the best finishes for Norbauer cases. This aperture powder coat finish. It's definitely one of the nicer finishes. Like one of the more unique ones at least. Sometimes do wish the back was a little bit more interesting, but it is what it is. It's whatever. But yeah, I mean, nice and tight USB port there too. It looks great. Yeah. But, alrighty, let's go rate someone and call it. Not even 6 boards, imagine. Let's see. Alright. Let's see who is streaming right now. I see Mr. McMerlin is unboxing a 10 at 70, checking out some nice PBT. I see Miss Chen Wong is playing some games. Yura just started streaming earlier, doing some keyboard chores. It's Firewire also streaming. Tiny building a typewriter Lego. And Mr. Frank is also building, doing a Bear 65. So if you would like to see that, we can go raid as well. And I think that's everybody. If you guys have a preference, let me know. But if not, we'll just go and raid one of these people. I think last time did we raid Yura before? Yeah, I think we did, right? We could go raid Frank, doing a Bear 65, and he seems to be right in the middle of the build too. So let's raid greatest mod Frank. Sounds good. Batman. Sounds good. Let's rate Mr. Frank. Batman himself. Alright. Raid Inomushiki. Right? Inomushiki. Alright. Alright. Let's say Miyago raid. Do you believe in the Church of Thog? Wait. Yeah. In the Church of Thog. Alright, there's our rate message. Good night, everybody. Again, thank you so much for coming by. Next stream will be an interesting one. Next stream, I believe I will be building an AE boards Praxis. It's an injection molded Praxis, and we'll be checking that out next time. So I'll catch you guys then. But other than that, I'll see you later. Alright? Take it easy, everybody. Have a good night. Goodbye.